Hello, good evening. Hello, hello. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, what shall we do? Should we wait for some more minutes?
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. So, there are 16 students. The time is still, yeah, what's the time? 7:33. Hurry. Anyhow, we will just start. So, hope you can remember the subject. The subject is teaching English as a second language. So by this time we have completed one topic. So today we are moving to another topic under first module. So previously we were talking about second language learning theories. Hope you can remember. So today we are moving to factors affecting second language acquisition. Okay, just think about the topic. So even though we conduct lectures in online mode, as you have to respond, you can express your ideas, you can put messages into chat box. Okay, so just like that, you have to make this learning interesting. Okay, factors affecting second language learning. What do you mean by this topic? Any idea? Yes, factors affecting second language acquisition. Okay, so this is not about first language. This is about second language. When a learner is going to acquire a second language, there are certain factors which will affect them. Okay, so second language, it's clear to you. For us, our second language is English. Okay, so that means second language means other than your mother tongue, what you are going to study. That is second language. Okay, we'll see. Just read and get some idea. Okay, when you finish reading, just put a message or just tell me. Yes, you finish reading. Yeah, okay, good. So now we are going to understand what is the meaning of factors which affect second language acquisition. Factors affecting second language acquisition. The term refers to the various individual, social, and environmental factors that influence how well someone learns a second language. When a student is learning a second language, there are various factors which affect the process. And these factors can be basically divided into three. So see what they are. Learner factors. Under learner factors, I have given you age, motivation, learning style. Then socio-cultural factors. Under that, you can see exposure, interaction, cultural background. Then affective factors such as anxiety, motivation, self-esteem. So here you should know there are many factors affecting second language learning. All these factors can be put under three categories: learner factor, socio-cultural factors, affective factors. Is it clear to you? Can
Yes,
we?
madam.
Okay. Here. So there are three types of factors: learner, socio, affective. Out of these three, first we are going to talk about learner factors. Okay, just read. You just read. I want to share with you another stuff. Yeah, sure. Sorry, you just read. Okay, done. Correct. Okay, we'll see. The critical period hypothesis. So then first learner factor is age. So in the past, linguists, they believe age of the person, age of the student affects second language acquisition. So there is a particular theory based on this that is called the critical period hypothesis. Here you see what it is. So critical period hypothesis is one of the most prominent theories regarding second language acquisition. Okay, according to this hypothesis, there is a biologically determined period during which language acquisition is most efficient and successful. So people at that time, they believed, even now there is a certain reality in this. So there is a period that language can be achieved very successfully. So this particular period is believed to end around puberty, maybe around 12, 13, 14 years. Okay, so normally human beings are having an ability to acquire languages. Okay, we'll see. Key points of critical period hypothesis. Yeah, just read. Okay, you read it. We'll see. Yes, done. Okay, key points of critical period hypothesis. So then, just get some idea about critical period hypothesis. The biological basis, the critical period hypothesis is based on biology, how our body functions. The CPH, critical period hypothesis, progresses that human brain is uniquely wired for language acquisition during this critical period. Okay, so critical period hypothesis is expressing the idea that human brain is ready to acquire languages. That is how it is. Human brain is ready to acquire language, and that language can be acquired during this critical period. Okay, so that critical periods ends with puberty, attaining puberty. That means when they go to age 12, 13, 14. Okay, so biological basis. Then neural plasticity. So according to critical period hypothesis, it was believed when the child is small, the plasticity of the brain are adaptable, allowing for easier acquisition of language learning. Okay, so when the child is small, his brain capacity to acquire a second language is very easy. It's just like that is the meaning of neural plasticity. And then accent. Early language learners often achieve native-like pronunciation, while late learners may retain a foreign accent. Okay, so then when we think about second language learners, some people are imitating native language learners. They want to show their pronunciation is just like a native speaker. Okay, so early language learners often achieve native-like pronunciation. But now the language learners, they do not have time or they do not have access to practice pronunciation. Early language learners often, that means early language learners means small ones. Early language learners often achieve native-like pronunciation. So when a learner starts learning a second language in small age, she can achieve native-like pronunciation. But if a person starts learning a second language in his old age, the matured age, it takes more time. So he cannot reach the level of a native speaker or even closer to native speaker. His pronunciation will not be like a native speaker. Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a doubt, you can ask. Okay, whatever. Okay, read. Finished. Okay, so let me explain. Evidence for and against the critical period hypothesis. Studies have shown that children who are exposed to second language early, they have a tendency to achieve higher level of proficiency. Okay, so we discussed this early. So when a child is exposure to a second language in early life, she can have a tendency to have native like pronunciation and fluency. Okay, so it challenges the critical period hypothesis has been challenged by researchers that demonstrate successful late language learning, especially in case of high motivation. Okay, let me explain it. Okay, so there was a time that this critical period was highly believed. So at that time, linguists thoroughly said languages can be easily learned by children when they are small. So then when they grow old, they cannot learn a language better because the elasticity of their brain has become very tough. Okay, this elasticity will remain till the age 13, 14. After that age, the elasticity of the brain will not be there. So it will be very difficult for learners to acquire a second language. Okay, so I don't know whether you have heard there is a nice incident to prove that there is a critical period. Have you heard of a story about a girl called Jenny? Tell me whether you have heard of it. Okay, so then this message. No, hurry. Okay, I will tell you. So it was, I can't remember the exact year. Yeah, somewhere around 1960s, 57, 58, 59, like that. Okay, so in America, Los Angeles, California, recently there was a fire there. Okay, so in California, this police will say like that, they found a girl who has been treated by her father as an animal. That means this particular girl called Jenny, she was kept underground, okay, for 13 years. So that is some psychological problem. So this particular girl, she was not allowed to come out and talk with her parents, her mother, her elder brother, and even to the society. And it is said, if you want, you can read it on Google, Jenny, that's her name. So she was chained and attached to a commode actually. And she was without garments, just like an animal. And then she was not allowed to talk, allowed to make noise. If she make sound, the father will punish her. And her mother was having some eye problem. She was blind actually, almost blind. Then her elder brother, he was afraid of his father. And then elder brother was used as the caretaker of this girl, and he was feeding the girl. And even though she was 13 years old, she was fed the children's food, cereals, and other things. Okay, anyhow, this Jenny was caught by the police because one day Jenny has been taken to consult a doctor by her mother when his father was out. And when she was taken to the doctor, actually she was behaving like an animal. She was hopping like a rabbit. Okay, so it was a sad incident actually. This girl was uh, kept separately from the natural world for 13 years. As a result, you know what happened? She could not pronounce any word. She could not express anything verbally. So the linguist at that time, they wanted to teach her a language. So they started teaching her a language, but they failed because she could not learn English language actually. The only word she could recognize in English was milk actually. She was given proper training, the speech therapist. Okay, so they tried their level best to teach her language, but it was not successful. So based on this Jenny's incident, so they thoroughly believe in critical period hypothesis. That means there is a particular age. When that age is exceeded, it's very difficult to acquire a language. That is the supportive incident to critical period hypothesis. At the same time, there are challenges. So according to modern ideas, people do not believe that there is a critical period. So there is, but there are exceptions also, because there are some very good English speakers, educators who started learning a second language in their adult age. Okay, so then even though they started learning a second language late, their pronunciation and their knowledge about English language was just like a native person. Did you get the point? There are supportive factors for critical period hypothesis. At the same time, there are other factors against critical period hypothesis. And we'll see. Okay, read this also. Finish reading. Done. Okay. So then now you can understand age is a significant factor that affect language learning success. In addition to age, there are other factors like motivation, learning environment, teaching method, and many more. So we have already discussed about age. Age is a matter when it comes to language learning. Early learners, they study languages very easily than adult learners. And we'll see. Okay, now we'll see age-related advantages and disadvantages. Young learners, the advantage is they have a neural plasticity, more natural and intuitive learning, less inhibition. So they are very free, they don't have any shame, so they can acquire language very easily. Disadvantage of being young learners is limited attention span, slow cognitive development, reliance on visual and concrete learning. So they are the disadvantages of young learners. Because they don't have a huge span, they have a limited span, slow cognitive development, they are still children actually. Being an older learner, there are advantages plus disadvantages. Advantage is stronger cognitive abilities, better metacognitive awareness, more efficient learning strategies. Disadvantages are potential for fossilization of errors, greater anxiety and inhibition, less exposure to formal language learning opportunities. So they are the disadvantages. Okay, formal language learning opportunities. So then there are young learners and older learners in English language. Young learners are having benefits and disadvantages. Same way, adult learners are also having advantages and disadvantages. You see. Okay, so age is playing an important role in second language acquisition. Okay, so there is an example. Teaching methods can be adapted to cater to the specific needs and learning style of different age groups. Okay, so that is there. Additionally, creating supportive and encouraging learning environment. Okay, so this is very supportive and encouraging learning environment. Implication of language learning. When language learning is going to be practiced, so these things will happen. Okay. So then, do you have any questions regarding age as a factor which affects second language acquisition? Is it clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now we are moving to another individual factor, that is motivation. Okay, just read. Okay, we'll see motivation. Okay, so here I have given a simple definition about motivation. You know what it is. So motivation is a reason for acting or behaving in a particular way. Okay, so then motivation is something internal. That's an internal state that propels individuals to engage in good goal-directed behavior. Because of our motivation only, we will be behaving directed behavior. So you have decided to follow this B.Ed degree program that is out of motivation. Somebody has typed in Sinhala. What about other students? Can't you hear me?
Can, madam.
So please check whether there is a problem in your device. Hi, okay. So motivation and internal state that propels individuals to engage in goal-directed behavior. Because of motivation only we do things. If we do not have motivation, we will be without doing anything. That is motivation. Yeah, there are different types of motivation, you see. Okay, I think you read it. Now we'll understand. So there are two major types of motivation. One is called intrinsic motivation. Other one is extrinsic motivation. Okay, from the first two letters you can understand the meaning actually. Okay, here under intrinsic motivation, there are factors like interest, enjoyment, and a genuine desire to learn. So they are individual. Learners are driven by the inherent satisfaction of mastering the language. Okay, so then because of the intrinsic motivation, they will have an inherent satisfaction of mastering the language. And here there is an example, a student passionate about Japanese culture. Okay, there is a student who likes Japanese culture a lot. Maybe intrinsically motivated to learn that the language to better understand and appreciate Japanese literature, music, and films. Okay, the purpose is different. So you are learning Japanese language so that you can better understand and appreciate Japanese literature. Okay, intrinsic motivation is within the person himself. We can't see it outside, but when the person is behaving according to that, it's visible. Okay, student passionate. Here you can see one example. Okay, just imagine. So then here there is an example about Japanese culture, but you just can think about another example. So you may like what language we say. Okay, we'll say Hindi language. you used to watch Hindi movies a lot. So you like Hindi language. It's very soft and it's just like music. So you may develop a tendency to learn Hindi language. So why you decided to learn Hindi language is the result of intrinsic motivation. Okay, so that is not because of any other reason. That's not because your parents ask you to learn Hindi. Your friends ask you to learn Hindi, not like that. It's your own decision because you are intrinsically motivated. Tell me whether it is clear.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am.
If you have questions, you can ask. Intrinsic motivation is within the person himself, herself. It cannot be artificially created. So that is the thing. Honey, we'll go to the next page. Oh, now you can understand extrinsic motivation, opposite of intrinsic motivation. You see, okay, extrinsic motivation. Okay, intrinsic motivation is internal. Internally, the person gets motivated. But extrinsic motivation is the motivation due to external factors. These external factors can be rewards, grades, or else to fulfill a need, requirement. Okay, see the example. Students may be extrinsically motivated to learn English to pass a required language exam for graduation. Okay, so then this particular students need to pass or need to learn English. And why the students needs English is because the student is having a particular exam which should be passed, exam in English which should be passed to get the degree. Okay, otherwise that's not because the student likes the English language, but students know if without this they cannot get the degree. Okay, that is extrinsically motivation. Okay, did you get an idea about it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There is another type of motivation. Sorry. Integrative motivation. Integrative motivation. See what it is. Okay, tell me whether you finished reading.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, right. Okay. We'll see. Integrate motivation involves a desire to connect with the target language community and culture. Okay, so there should be a reason, or there should be a desire to connect with the target language community and culture. Okay, so then normally the learners they are motivated to integrate. Integrate means join into the social and cultural fabric of the target language speakers. Okay, so they want to associate them, they want to be friendly with them. See the example. An immigrant may be highly motivated to learn the local language to better interact with the neighbors. Okay, so just imagine foreigner, if she or he wants to stay here for certain time, the first thing the foreigner will do is understanding and learning our language. Okay, so then only the foreigner can interact with their neighbors or immigrant. Immigrant means not a person from the same country. Okay, so then when he is having a friendship with their neighbors only, he can find a job easily and he can have meaningful relationship. Okay, so this motivation is not intrinsic motivation, it's not extrinsic motivation, it's another variety. So we call it integrative motivation. The integrate means join. So the person wants to join that community. For that, he needs to know the language. Is that also clear? These are very simple things actually. Integrative motivation means because of the desire of the person wants to integrate, wants to know English language because he wants to be part of English communities. We'll say like that. Here in the example, it doesn't say English, but we'll say we will say like that: a Sri Lankan who does not know English at all went to a foreign country. So after going there, there's no point of talking in Sinhala or Tamil. All are talking in English. So this person decided to, or this person is motivated to learn English language. That is to be part of that community. That is called integrative motivation. Is it clear?
Yes, madam.
Okay. One more, instrumental motivation. You see, okay, finished. Instrumental motivation. So here you can understand it, okay? So here the particular person is motivated to learn a second language or we'll say language, because when the person learns that particular language, he can have career advancement. So he can get promotion, he can have academic success, or he can travel because of his knowledge about the language. That means here the language acts as an instrument to career advancement, instrument for academic success, instrument for traveling. Okay, just imagine a business professional. Okay, so this particular business professional is motivated to learn Spanish. That is to enhance their career prospects in international trade. Okay, so here the person is motivated to learn a second language because he knows when he learns the second language, he is having lots of career advancement, career opportunities. That is instrumental motivation. Another section, you see. Okay, it seems you have finished reading. We'll see. Okay, yes, done. There are different factors which influence motivation. We'll see what are they. Learner belief. So if the learner is having a positive beliefs and attitudes towards language learning, or if the learner is having positive attitudes, positive beliefs towards the value of the target language, so the learner can significantly boost to motivate. Okay, so if a learner is having positive belief about second language learning, that person is motivated to learn the second language. And then learning environment. So when the learner is having a supportive and engaging learning environment, the learner will be intrinsically, internally motivated. Okay, learner belief, learning environment, teacher factors. Okay, so the qualities of the teacher, the behavior of the teacher that affects students at motivation towards language learning. If the teacher is very enthusiastic and very supportive, if the teacher inspires the students, then the students will be motivated. And then social and cultural factors. So exposure to the target language and culture can increase motivation. Okay, so then if it is a particular language, the exposure to that particular target language and culture, okay, that can increase motivation. And then personal goals. Okay, so if a person is having some personal goals, okay, I want to be like this. Okay, so then you can have personal goals, and as a result, you will be motivated. Next. Okay, now we talk about age. What is the second one? Yes.
Motivation.
Age, motivation. Now we are going to study another one, learning style. Okay, read. Okay. We'll see learning style. So what is a learning style? It's a type of unique ways in which individuals perceive, process, and retain information. Perceive means understand. The process, retain, keep in memory. Okay, so whatever the learning style, these are the things we do. We understand things, we process it, and retain information. The information will remain without changing. Okay, we'll see learning style. So there are 3 common learning styles, and there can be many more. There are, I know, but basically 3. Visual learners, auditory learners, kinesthetic learners. Some people say kinesthetic, but normally it is kinesthetic learners. Visual, auditory, kinesthetic. Okay, understanding. Okay. Visual learners. Who are visual learners? Okay, they are the ones who learn best by seeing information. Okay, so they are more comfortable when they can see information. And information may appear as pictures, graph, charts. Okay, so they are called spatial learners or visual spatial learners, visual learners, simply you can say visual learners. Okay, characteristics of visual learners is think in pictures. Okay, so they think in detail, and they have vivid imaginations. Visual learners are very clever in imagination, and they prefer visual medium. Okay, so visual means what we can see. Graphic organizers, flow chart, models like that. Okay, we'll see. Okay, we are with visual learners. Sorry. Recall information better. Visual learners can remember information very well because when they see something, they have a very good memory. Okay, so may be quiet. They may be quiet when extensive listening is required. Okay, so when they want to listen, they will be quiet. Maybe perfectionist. They may be perfectionist and highly organized. So visual learners, they are highly organized. Right, we'll go to the next one. Auditory learners, you just see. Okay, so now you have some idea about visual learners. They prefer to learn by seeing. So what about auditory learners? What is their preferable way?
Listening.
Very good. Yeah, listening. Okay, so they learn better listening. Okay, so the auditory learners learn best by listening to information. They may prefer to learn through listening to music, lectures, discussions, like that. So characteristics of auditory learners, they may speak out loud to process information. So they are talking very noisily, highly. They may respond well to verbal instructions. When instructions are given, they may respond. They may enjoy music and learn song lyrics quickly. Okay, auditory learners, they can enjoy music and they can easily remember the lyrics. They may prefer to read aloud instead of reading silently. Okay, auditory learners like if teachers are giving them opportunities to pronounce words. Auditory learners, are they clear to you?
Yes, ma'am.
One more type. Kinesthetic learners. Understand what it is? Okay. Kinesthetic learners are totally different from visual learners and auditory learners. Okay, so kinesthetic learners learn best by doing, making, or physically interacting with material. They are also known as tactile learners. Okay, kinesthetic learners, they want to do the things by themselves. You read this also. Okay, characteristics of kinesthetic learners. Okay, kinesthetic learners, they prefer to be directly involved in their learning. They want to physically involve in learning. Physical activities like sports, dance, then hands-on. They learn best by manipulating or touching materials. They may prefer to build, construct, or sculpt. Okay, so they want to do the things. If it is just imagining, making some flowers, they want to do it. That is the meaning of kinesthetic. There are some more. Okay. So multisensory. Kinesthetic learners are multisensory because they may use a combination of kinesthetic, visual, and auditory techniques. and they are good at multitasking. At once they can do many works. Okay, for an example, role playing. So the participants can actively experience it. Role playing, kinesthetic learners can rehearse activities and interaction through role playing. Okay, role playing is abundantly used under kinesthetic learning. Okay, some more. So, example, a building. They can build models or pinwheels to learn about concept or wind energy. So making charts, they prefer to make charts or poster for group projects. They may remember spelling words better if they write them several times. Okay, they are weaknesses. They can overcome with. Okay, building marking charts, right? Okay, the impact of learning style on second language study. So now we learned about 3 learning style. What are they? Visual learners, auditory learners, kinesthetic learners. So the impact of learning style on second language acquisition. Okay, just see. Okay, are you ready? Okay. Impact of learning style on second language acquisition. Okay. When teaching methods align, fit with learners' preferred learning style, they are more likely to be engaged, motivated, and effective in their learning. Okay, so enhanced learning. So okay, enhanced learning. I mean, teaching methods align with the learner's performed learning style. Okay. Improved comprehension. By presenting information in multiple modalities, teachers can cater to the diverse learning style with the classroom, leading to better comprehension and retention of language material. Okay, so learning styles are having a very huge impact on language learning actually. What's this? Yes. Okay, so there is a huge impact of learning styles on second language acquisition. That means English language learning. And we'll go to the next one. Increased motivation. Okay, very small part. You might have read it. Yes, you read it. We'll understand. Increased motivation. When learners feel that their learning style is being respected and accommodated. Okay, there are different learning style inside one class. So then the learner should have a feeling that their learning style is respected. They are more likely to be motivated and enthusiastic about the learning process. Okay, once they are motivated, they are very much particular to be motivated and enthusiastic about the learning process. Okay, the impact of learning styles on second language acquisition. Okay, I think leisurely you can read them. Learning styles. Learning style enhanced learning. So when the teaching method tallies with learners' preferred learning styles, so they are more likely to be engaged, motivated, engaged, motivated, and effective in their learning. Improved comprehension. Okay, so if you have a doubt, you can ask. A learning style enhance learning. Because all the learners are not having the same learning style. They are having their preferable learning style. So when they use their preferable learning style, they will be more engaged in learning. Okay, so there are diverse learning style in one class. So teachers try to cater their learning style to all. Okay. If we do these things, increased motivation. That also you can easily understand. When learners feel that their learning style is being respected and accommodated, they are more likely to be motivated. So they knowing that. Okay, so learners should be given a feeling that their learning style is accepted and preferable. Increase motivation. Strategies for accommodating different learning styles. Okay, simply read it. Okay, so here it says there are different learning styles. If there are 40 students, all are not having the same learning style. Okay, so, but as a teacher, you should have the purpose to retain all the learners together. That means when you are talking, explaining things, it should not be to one or two students. Okay, so just to accommodate different learning style, the teachers can use diverse teaching methods rather than limiting to one particular teaching method. The teachers also can do experiments on various types of teaching methods. So then only all the learning styles will be accommodated. Then utilize visual aids. Okay, so we can use many teaching aids so that they will cater different learning style. Yes. So these visual aids may be images, videos, diagrams, and mind maps to enhance visual learning. Okay. Let's please say that. So now we are talking about strategies for accommodating different learning styles. Create opportunities for listening and speaking. Incorporate movement and physical activities. Use role playing, gaming, and physical activities to cater to kinesthetic learners. Okay, now before we go to social factors, let me show you what we did. We were talking about factors affecting second language learning. Under that, we selected yes, the learner factors. Under learner factors, we selected different components under learner factor. For an example, age, motivation, just like that. So here we'll consider age. Age is coming under learner factor, age. And then we discuss the critical period hypothesis. Whenever we talk age under language learning, we cannot forget this critical period hypothesis because that is going with the age. The critical period hypothesis is about the age. I explained critical period hypothesis to you. I think it's clear to you. Okay, so then we discuss key points. Then we came to motivation, personal factors, age, motivation. And then we discuss about 3 types of motivation: intrinsic, extrinsic, and then integrative motivation. We talk about instrumental motivation also, altogether 4. Okay, then we came to learning style, and finally we were talking about learning style. There are different learning styles, but basically we can put all these into 3: visual, auditory, kinesthetic. Hari. Okay, that is the place where we ended. Okay, do you have any issue regarding these factors? Yeah, okay, sorry. That is very convenient. Learner factors which affect language learning. The learner factors, are they clear to you? What are the learner factors? Age, motivation, learning style. So these are the three we did. Are they clear to you?
Yes, madam.
Ma'am.
Okay, so if they are clear, we'll go to the second factors, socio-cultural factors. We'll see what they are. Okay, just get an idea. How many slides are there? I can think about the speed. Okay. Hi. The socio-cultural factors play a pivotal role in shaping the process of second language acquisition, SLA. So in addition to personal factors, the social factors also play an important role. Okay, so these factors consider the social and cultural context within which language learning takes place, influencing learners' attitude, motivation, and opportunities for language use. Okay, so these are some socio-cultural factors because we are using language in society. So of course, socio-cultural factors affect. We'll see the key socio-cultural factors. See, exposure. Just read it. These are very simple things, okay? So you can understand them easily. That is how I feel, and that may be the truth also. Okay, so you know what exposure. So when the learner is having a sufficient exposure to the target language, second language, the learner can study that language very well. Okay, so then the amount of exposure decide the impact of the acquisition. If I give you some example, sometimes the learners, they learn a lot about second language, but they do not have exposure. But some learners, they do not learn grammar and all these things in language, but they are having a proper exposure. So they learn it well. Okay, if a learner is having a very good exposure to the target language, that means English language, it's really an opportunity. Okay, exposure is a social factor which affect second language learning. And we'll go to the next one. Yeah, just read. Okay. Okay. All right, you finished reading. Interaction. Okay. Meaningful communicative interaction, communications with proficient speaker, very good speakers, is really important for the development of language fluency and accuracy. Sometimes some learners, they learn language better, they learn correctly, but they do not have meaningful interactions. Okay, so then that will not help the learner to improve second language in bigger scale. But if a learner is having access to interactions, the learner will learn the second language better. That is the idea. And then the cultural background, interaction. Oh, first one in this slide is interaction. Next, cultural background. The cultural background of the learner. Okay, learners' perception, attitudes, and approaches to learning. So they all affect second language learning. Cultural differences in communication style, values, and belief can impact the, so that's in a simple way it is mentioned. So the cultural background of the person also affect language learning, second language learning. We'll see how. I explain here some examples. I thought I have put, it's not. Cultural background means there are, in particular culture, there are attitudes like the girls should not study. Okay, girls should study up to A level or O level. And what is the use of learning English for a girl? Just like that. Okay, so those cultural background also affect your second language learning. Then social network. Yeah, just read it. Madam, after this lecture, can we listen to record of this lesson? Recordings are not getting saved to my laptop because I am also using the Zoom link shared by the university, the management. So it is directly going to their device. So they will share it with you all. Haven't you received the earlier slides? I mean the recording? Did you get them?
Yeah, we got it.
So this also will be sent to you by the management. Okay, hi. Did you receive the lesson slides, presentations?
Yes,
The
madam.
previous one?
Yes, madam.
Ah, yes, okay. Hi. Social networks. Okay, these are social factors. Social networks. The social networks learner participates, influence their language learning experiences. Okay, that means interactions with peers. Peers means your colleague too. Teachers, members of the target language community can provide support, motivation, and opportunities for language use. Social network. And so the social factors are very big in the sense there are many social factors. Okay, so I will simply touch them. You can leisurely read them. Attitudes and belief of the learner also affect second language learning. Okay, there are different attitudes towards second language learning. Okay, that affects really the second language learning. Social status and identity. Okay, you simply read. If it is not clear, you just ask. The impact of socio-cultural factors on SLA. So the socio-cultural factors affect the learner's motivation. So because of some social cultural factors, the learner will be demotivated. So when there are positive social cultural factors, the learner will be motivated. Okay, so there are some learning communities with lots of language learning opportunities, resources. Okay, at the same time, there are some learning communities with lack of learning resources. Okay, if the learner is there in a community where there are many resources for learning, they are having good opportunities and they will learn better. Okay, language use. Socio-cultural factors affect language use. Okay, for an example, learners living in multilingual communities may have more opportunity to use the target language in everyday life. Okay, that's very easy. So just imagine people are living in multi-lingual community. Muslim people are there, Sinhalese are there, Tamils are there, Burghers are there, Hindus are there. So the target language, English language can be the most needed one in multilingual community. The message, let me check it. Language attitude, cultural identity. That means socio-cultural factors affect language attitudes, cultural identity. These are okay. I hope you can read them and understand. That's why I am skipping. Is it okay? Or should I explain them? Yeah, tell me or text me. What should I do? Is it difficult to understand them or should I explain them or else you can read them and understand? Okay, we'll go to we can. That's what I told. Same thing is here. Affective factors. Now we'll see what they are. Okay, read because we have already touched this. No issue in skipping slides. Okay. Okay, key affective factors are motivation. We have already done motivation as a factor early also. There also we spoke about intrinsic motivation, extrinsic motivation. All these things we discuss.
Madam, can you show the previous slide?
Wait. This one? Is
Yes, madam.
Okay. Okay, here affective factors, it refers to the emotional and psychological aspect that influence second language acquisition process. Emotional and psychological aspect. So that is why motivation is there. Once again, motivation is something related to our emotion and our psychology. And we discuss about intrinsic motivation, extrinsic motivation. Out of these two, actually, intrinsic motivation is very important and powerful. Okay, there are some people who are extrinsically motivated. That means other people should motivate them. So when other people stop motivation, they are not motivated. But intrinsic motivation is not like that. Whether other people motivate you or not, you are motivated by yourself. Intrinsic, that is the most important one actually. And self-esteem. What is the exact Sinhalese term for self-esteem? Anybody who knows? Sorry?
Atmagaurav.
Gaurav?
Atmagaurav.
Self-esteem.
Are you sure that it is Atma Gaurava?
Atma Abhimane.
Atma Abhimanya. That's what I think. Yes, Atma Abhimanya. Learners with high self-esteem tend to be more confident in their abilities and they take risks and challenges. But those who are not having self-esteem, Atma Abhimanya, they can lead to less communication and hinder means disturb language development. And it's similar to self-confidence also. And then, sorry? Okay. See these factors, anxiety. Anxiety. Okay, sometimes language learning can be anxiety provoking. So learners are excited. They are very curious. They are puzzled, exercises. Okay, especially in performance-oriented setting. So they are anxious when there are some performing activities. They have to perform something. High level of anxiety can hinder. So when they are, normally people are anxious, but high level of anxiety disturb learning. That is the thing. And then inhibition. Inhibition refers to the psychological barrier that prevents learners from freely expressing themselves. I think even you might have noticed this can be seen very easily when oral activities are conducted to the students. Some students, they are freely talking. They do lots of mistakes. Okay, their pronunciation may be wrong. Whatever it is, they freely talk. But at the same time, we have noticed there are some clever students. So students who are clever, but they do not talk. The reason is inhibition. That means they are afraid whether I will make mistakes when I am talking. And they, or else they will think other people, other students will look at me as if I am a foolish person. If I say something wrong, just like that. And those attitudes actually inhibition. Okay, empathy. Okay, you know, empathy, it is different from sympathy. Sympathy in Sinhala we call anukampa. Empathy is not that. So under empathy, we just imagine one of your friend is suffering from a problem. But you are an outsider to the problem, but you can't understand your friend. But if you can understand your friend, imagining you also face that problem, okay, that is called empathy. Saha anukampa, I think.
company.
Company, sorry. Company, yes, correct. Okay, so the same way, empathy can facilitate language learning by fostering meaningful communication and building rapport with native speakers. Okay, so empathy is also needed in successful communication. That is actually a very good understanding. Then attitude. Learners' attitude towards the target language is also very important. If a learner is having positive attitudes, she can achieve language very successfully. If the learner is having negative attitudes, it's very difficult for him to or her to achieve the second language. How many slides are there? A few more slides will complete. Yeah. The impact of affective factors on SLA, the same thing, motivation, self-esteem, anxiety, anxiety, inhibition, empathy. Key factors, importance of affective factor on SLA. Yeah, okay, that you will surely read. And I want to tell you this, the affective filter hypothesis. There is a concept like this. We are talking about affective factors. And this was developed by Stephen Krashen, under Krashen's theory of second language acquisition. Here, affective filter hypothesis. Yeah, you just see. Okay, you know what is the meaning of filter? So when we have a filter, something will remain. Okay, so then, you know, when we prepare milk tea, we strain it through a filter. Language learning is also like that. So when we acquire language, if the learner experience high level of anxiety, low self-esteem, negative attitudes, what will happen? The filter will be very strong. When the filter is very thick, the language will not flow. It will stand as a disturbance. Okay, just imagine if the language acquisition is going through a filter, it can go smoothly when this filter is very light. Did you get the point? We'll compare language acquisition to some liquid. I will explain it like this. We'll say second language acquisition is a liquid, just like water. And there is a filter. So when this filter is very light, not very thick, the water will go inside it. But just imagine what will happen when this filter is very thick. The water will not go through the filter. So language learning is also like that. When this filter is very thin, it's not very thick, the language learning will flow very nicely. This filter is actually anxiety, low esteem, negative attitude. But when this filter is very thick, in Sinhala we call ganakama, thick, the language learning will not go smoothly. It will be disturbed. So that is based on this only affective filter hypothesis is made. Okay, so what should we do is actually we have to lower the affective filter. Affective filter should be very comfortable, should be very smooth. Okay, creating a supportive and encouraging learning environment. We can have very achieve target language very successful second language. Okay, that should be the end. Let me. Okay, this is what we did. Our main topic is factors affecting second language acquisition. And under that, we recognize there are three types of factors. Learner factors. You see here. Shall I highlight it? It will be very clear. What is the color? Okay. I bold it. So these are the things we discussed. Okay. Our main topic was factors affecting second language acquisition. Under that, we did three types of factors: learner factors, socio-cultural factors, affective factors. Under learner factors, we discuss age, motivation, learning style. Under socio-cultural factors, we describe exposure, interaction, cultural background. Under affective factors, we discuss anxiety, motivation, self-esteem. The motivation is there both under learner factor and affective factor. Are you clear with what we did today?
Yes, madam.
Okay, so I will share the slide with the management, and next day when we meet, we will have a small exercise on what we did. Maybe multiple choice questions like that. Okay, then shall we wind up the session for today?
Okay, madam.
Okay, madam.
Okay, then have a nice day. Good night.
Good night, madam.
Thank you.
Okay,
Good
good
night.
night.
Thank you.
Good night. Okay, welcome. Good night.
Thank you, madam.
Okay.